way. She talked to people outside in a different way, did field work, groundbreaking, looked at data, shock, horror. Yes, I've said what I've had to say, and put all of that together. And we were the recipients of one of the first reports, which was called Reducing the Risk of Reoffending. She also looked at teenage pregnancies. She also looked at reducing the risk of reoffending, and she looked at mental health of young people. None of those were in their manifesto, but they were cutting-edge issues that they wanted to do something about. They also knew that they had human beings lying all over the streets of Britain in quite large numbers. They would be seen as failing on every policy, if you see what I mean. It was a touchstone as to whether that was the gift that Sheila McKechnie and Chris Holmes gave on homelessness. Is they were phenomenal campaigners, and they made homelessness in the run-up to the general election the touchstone as to whether we were a country that cared. And it was a very, I just watched and learned from Sheila McKechnie, and so I think it's a really interesting moment. I arrive, and by now it's months, remember, not quite as long as it would take now. Now you probably double the waiting time on making an appointment and getting anybody to decide to do something about it. And the 500 people that might have a view on it, though it's not half the time in their departments. We have a right-round culture. There's plenty of nerds in the room that are Whitehall specialists. You used to do a right round the cabinet when it was something that was cross-cutting and needed everybody to weigh in and support on. Nowadays, right round, I think, and all of this is kind of a cover for something else. Right round is like procrastination. And, there are people, you've got a minister coming later today who is a former opposition minister that used to use the right round process so that he could or she could, but it's a man, they normally are, so that he could basically lever control over other government departments. Don't underestimate Michael Gove, anyone. Extraordinary for a Secretary of State and a minister, very, very good at doing his job. You may disagree with him, you may not agree with his policy, but he's a very good minister. And I disagree with some of his policy, and I don't think he likes me at all, actually. But nevertheless, you have to respect the man in the way that he got his job done. Anyway, I arrive. I'm like 31, remember. I've just picked Moira as being the youngest director in Whitehall. And I get this lovely note on the desk in the room that I was in, written by really fantastic people that said, this is the submission. I'd never heard of a submission before. This is a submission you have to set up. You have to send this submission up to, it was John Prescott and Hilary Armstrong, one of the greatest ministers I've ever worked for and learnt so much from. And it basically said, this, you need to get this up in your first week. The Prime Minister actually thinks this is an achievable target. And it's all in code. You need to explain. Nowadays, we'd say things like stretching target, stretching. But it was a bit more direct than that. It basically said, we will get a lot of good work done, but you need now to say, it's unlikely you'll hit the target, so you manage expectations early. Remember now, this was me at 31, not me at 60. I looked at it and I thought, what the feck? That's me at 60, not 31. And come on, that's quite funny. I know we're in a serious environment and I have to make my own jokes because nobody else finds them funny apart from me. I mean, Hannah, thank you. That was kind. And basically, I kind of looked at it, I thought, what the fuck? I've spent 10 years of my life, of course that's nothing nowadays, is it? I've spent 10 years of my life thinking we can do something about homelessness. And I've got a government that's arrived. Remember, I'm not a member of their political party. Got a government that's arrived that's going to do something about it. So I get them all in. And I went, it's literally live and uncut. I went, look, guys, I've spent 10 years of life in this. We are going to meet this target. It's like, this is a government that says they're going to do it. I think they really mean it. Of course we're going to meet this target. And then I said, I understand that you'll just be moved. Nothing bad is going to happen. But if you don't believe in the target and don't want to do it, go and find somewhere else. Go and do it. Go out, go away. We're not having anybody that isn't a believer. Now, people don't have to believe, right? They don't have to believe. I was 31. But they do have to think that change is possible and it's part of their job. And I just worry at the moment that this sense that we can't get anything done and it's somebody else's fault and not theirs is something we have to stop. It's just something we have to stop. And so my worry is, that's lovely that you read that out, right? Every single one of those jobs I have done with civil servants, mainly as a civil servant. I've never been politically appointed. I might have been one of these weird czar posts, and we can come on to the czar model. They come and they go, and some of us stayed. But it is possible to get change. And the way you do it is that you grip something and you fix it, and there's a strategy. So the difference on rough sleeping first time round, so we had a target to reduce the numbers of rough sleepers by 2/3 over a 3-year period. We had a sort of agreed starting point on how that would be enumerated and counted. Obviously, the stakeholders, as they would be called nowadays, would happily not agree on that. So you have to have real robustness about standing up for it. It was in my contract that I would be performance measured on that. It was, I asked myself, I wonder how many people at permanent secretary or DG or director level have numerical targets in their in their contracts. That's controversial, I know, but somehow we have to have greater levers of getting accountability and change, but I know we're going to come to that. So first time round, when we reduced the numbers of rough sleepers and changed the culture of rough sleepers, it did cut up rough occasionally. And I needed a minister in my corner that wasn't going to undermine me. Let's be really clear about it. And I was very clear that I was more public than most civil servants, and I think a lot of the work the civil service does needs to be got on with. And you don't all need to be publicly accountable, but you have to be privately accountable for change. You have to understand what the job is, and you have to learn when it's not working and say why. Yeah, we have this culture, don't we? I mean, I've just been around too long, where if it doesn't work, set up something new. You know, rather than actually say, why isn't that working? It's not, you know, most of us in the public sector don't wake up in the morning to create homelessness or get loads of people committing crime, or I tell you what, I'd love loads of neighbours from hell on every single housing estate, or actually I don't want big, you know, I don't want help. I'd love some health and safety disasters. Most people, whether they're public sector or otherwise, do not want that. So we come from it in a good place, but we seem incapable at the moment, Hannah, of actually gripping and fixing. And so the Rough Sleepers Initiative first time round was a strategy. It essentially reduced rough sleeping and ended the culture of rough sleeping. I left and it stayed that way for almost a decade. So that wasn't about me, wasn't just about the civil service mixed team that I led, it was about the strategy working. Fast forward to COVID. During COVID, we again, collectively in an emergency, the civil service is very good in an emergency. Let's look at the first summer that the current government was in power. Let's look post-Southport, the disorder and the unrest, how the civil service in that emergency situation stepped in and was able to help manage it in a very good and effective way, but doesn't seem able to do delivery, as they call it nowadays, in other things. And so COVID, we got everybody off the streets because hotels were emptying or were empty, and we were able to get everybody off the street. But there was no strategy before, during or after to keep them off the street. So again, the emergency response was good, and I'm just phenomenally grateful to the civil servants that led that work and executed that work. But what we didn't have Wes's driving, whoever's pushing the shopping trolley had decided that they weren't going to push that shopping trolley any further. So of course you need a combination of clear political direction, strong, robust leadership from ministers in the way that Wes Streeting talked about earlier. But my worry today, Hannah, is that we have a sort of learnt sense of hopelessness and helplessness in far too many quarters, and we all have to get a grip. We have to get a grip of this. collectively, and it's not saying there aren't some people that are attempting to do that, but you have to. I always think it's like, you know, my doctor, really, the one, I had a great GP at one point in my life, and it's like she said, if you don't understand what you're not doing right, Louise, you're not going to be able to solve it. And if you don't acknowledge that you're not doing something right, it's a bit like Sister Rita back in the day. It's like, if you don't understand what you're not doing right, you can't solve it. And I think at the moment, everybody's just carrying on as if this will pass. This non-delivery of getting things right will pass. That somehow, I don't know, something else will happen, something good will happen, somebody will find a money tree, somebody will find something else, and somehow the permanency of the civil service will remain permanent. And that's not justifiable when we have a country that needs more effective public services, better government, and more accountability. It's not about politics for me, it's about the public. And yes, I am a public servant, and no, I'm not the best public servant that there is. There are many better, including some in this room, who are better than I am at it and doing it, but I feel passionately about it, and I've also got experience in knowing how you get good done, and we're not doing it enough.
I want to come on and talk about this point about accountability, because it feels to me as though you're a relatively unusually visible example of someone in public service who really relishes that and asks for that sense of accountability in a way which is really interesting. But first, I just want to, listening to what you're saying, why do you think we are where we are in terms of this sense of helplessness, learned helplessness, as you say? Like, how have we got from a place where the public service felt things were possible and problems, big problems, difficult problems, as you've described, could be solved, to one where there's this sort of malaise that you describe?
Well, I think that, God, it's like the home truth session, isn't it? So my sense, as time went on in the last 15 years, and then being very close, actually, to some really phenomenal civil servants and also politicians, and actually I know politicians across the political divide as well, is that, like, this sense really of, well, you know, we've had a terrible time, we've been governed really badly, we've had 500 ministers in 5 minutes, which is all true. You know, the reshuffles were crazy. We ended up with people we'd never heard of arriving to be a minister, and we didn't know what they thought, and why would we know? We wouldn't bother checking because they'd only be there for 2 minutes and then they'd go again. So that gets you. That's not what we want, right? We want Mr. Shopping Trolley. We want something that drives it, holds it, and gets on with it, and then we know where we are. And I mean, we there in the broadest sense of it. So I think that's one thing that I think I hear a lot, and the sort of sense of people weren't very nice to us as well. So that my understanding and feedback is that quite a lot of people, you know, it's a bit brutal time, really, I suppose. Brexit, then followed by COVID. You know, perhaps behaviours weren't what colleagues in the civil service would have wanted. And there's a difference, isn't there? Because, you know, the civil service broadly isn't great at change because part of its job is to stabilise things. But if you stabilise things to the point that you're intransigent to change, you're in a difficult place. And I think we are now at possibly intransigence to change in some quarters. I think that's a very difficult place to be. And I say this with kindness, respect, and some humility, that I think I would be a terrible permanent secretary. I really, really would. There's a reason that I manage small teams that go and do specific things. But I have had close relationships with people. Of course, I need a highly functioning civil service in order to get the work that I do done. Let's take grooming gangs as a spectacular example of the failure, both before, during, and currently, to grip that problem. Not gripped, not fixed. But my sense, Hannah, was it's been a rough time, and people have felt that roughness. And I think constant turnover of ministers is very difficult for civil servants to contend with. it's now almost 2 years. Like year one of new administration, you've got a bus pass to sort of look at these people and think, are you going to be like the last lot, right? You're entering year two, we're 9 months into it. Okay, let's put whatever happened before behind and let's move to the forward and think, how do we get one of the most important institutions in our country, which leads the public sector and the public service, which has phenomenal people in it, from the AOs on the front line to the people that are permanent secretaries. There is talent, there is skill, there is care, there is judgment at all levels. Let's work out how we bring this back up and move again. And how do we get people that are brilliant to come in, including former people to come back, new people will need to grow. So I think there's that. I've also thought to myself that perhaps some of the decisions on, there's some small things, aren't there, about, agile state and reforming the civil service and things like that. It's like you now have to move a grade in order to get an increase in your salary. Now, I know this is a really small thing, but remember I've arrived into Planet Home Office in 2003 where they had qualified accounts and they didn't pay people. People would literally agree to be seconded into a unit and we didn't pay them. I mean, it's not as bad as that now. We all think things are terrible now. It's been worse. I sort of broadly think the minimum you do in life as an employer is pay people on time, broadly, the right amount of money at the end of the month. And of course, if you are mad enough to choose to be seconded to another department or do something else, of course, you get punished for doing that, incidentally. You don't get rewarded for that. In fact, you're told, if you want to come back, this is a live issue, if you want to come back to our department, then you won't come back on promotion. I'll make that clear originally. You can act up where you are, but you'll get nothing when you come back. This is ridiculous. It's not about inculcating a culture of how you bring people on. But at whatever point we decided the only way you could get £500 a year more was by a grade upwards, somehow whoever thought that was a sensible idea was just wrong. Sorry, they were just wrong in my view. And everybody tells me about grade drift the whole time and blah, blah, blah. Well, fix it. Grip it, fix it. We need a legion of people that grip and fix, grip and fix, grip and fix. Jeremy Hayward, where are we on this? Who has gripped it? Everybody needs to be a grip and fix it person at the same time they do strategy and long term. It's a mixed model of management. That's some bollocks, isn't it? But I'm sure I could write a book about it if I had time. Deliverology, mixed management of whatever. I'm sure I could make it up. We can write something. I think the other thing I want to say is when you decide, you divide. Very conscious about what Wes Streeting said earlier. And I thought to myself, interesting. When you make a decision to do something, you have to accept that you might divide opinion and it may not be popular. And if you stand together, i.e. it's Mavis MacDonald, I don't know how many of you know her and remember her, but she was my boss and my God did I learn from her. Mavis MacDonald is the archetypal yes but. I think she might have been one of the first, she was certainly the first Cabinet Office female permanent secretary. She was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, is phenomenal. And she sort of clipped my wings when they were needed clipping very nicely in a bar, thank God, in a basement bar in Pimlico. My wings were clipped regularly. And that wasn't wise. She didn't use language like that. That was absolutely terrible, Louise. Mavis used to say, it's yes, but. Yes, Minister, you can do that, but it's going to cost you this, you'll have to do that, this is the way to do it. Eyes wide open. And so when you decide, you divide. At that time, I used to think the flip side of that was, no, you can't do it. Now, I like no to be really clear. I don't like no to be delay, to be, I tell you what we do, is we'll do some pilots. I tell you what we'll do, we'll scope something out or we'll write a strategy. Or that delay is an equivalent of no, but nobody's got the balls to say no. And I think politicians need to be able to say no as well when they need to. But I think that's where I think, again, I don't quite know how we've got here, and it might have been the way that we were always here, and maybe my time out for good behaviour. before coming back to do the Social Care Commission, where I think we're going to face enormous challenges. But back on the order of the sort of new year, new start for the year that we do at IFG, or you lead for us at IFG, I think that there's a sense really that we've just got to all up our game. And I think that when you decide, you divide. You can't always keep stakeholders happy. You can't have government and policy being the lowest common denominator of what everybody can agree with. It just isn't that way. You can't. People get elected to do things. The guy earlier, he's called himself centre-left. He is centre-left. That means centre-right won't be happy. That's it. That's democracy. And when you do work like I do, you have to be able to front those out. Stakeholder management nowadays is basically trying to keep them happy. And actually, stakeholder management is being honest, is having the balls to have that conversation in a way which, if they're right, you tell them they're right and you change policy. If they're wrong, you tell them that you respect and agree with what they're saying, but it's not their moment, it isn't going to happen, and they're wrong. And I saw something that Paul, the bloke who was in Downing Street,
Overton.
Paul somebody or other.
Overton.
Him, Paul Overton. And he met him once. He talked about stakeholder thing. There's a lanyard thing running. I quite like that. Quite like the stakeholder thing. I think these reflections are quite interesting. The same way that I don't like the expression the blob. I don't like the way Dominic Cummings talked about us in public life. I didn't feel respected by some of that. But I do think we need to change.
Very good.
And accountability, Lord Sainsbury sat right there, stood here a year ago and talked about levers. Year before, Gus O'Donnell and I were up here and said we didn't need machinery. No, Institute for Government. No. Don't worry. We've got it all covered over in Whitehall. I was a believer. I stood up with Gus and said, no, don't need any changes. Everything's fine. I was wrong. You were right. There's an accountability deficit. It's not that there aren't accountability structures. It's not that we don't have a democracy. It's not that we don't have ministers. It's not that we don't have permanent secretaries. There's just a disconnect on accountability between who is responsible for getting something done when ministers have set clear direction. Who is it? You use the expression levers. I totally get it. I get it now, and I think that's something, it's a small change, but it's something that the government should do.
Great. I'm going to let the audience ask some questions.
Oh no, it's cancelling for me.
We could go on all day. We take groups of questions and then you can decide how much you want to answer of each of them. There's one in the front row here.
Miranda Curtis, I'm Deputy Chair of IFG. I'm really interested in your references throughout your conversation to the concept of accountability, which I think for many people can be seen as a negative factor, i.e. holding people to account, challenging people on their performance. I've seen in other contexts situations where you have a workforce that is not dissimilar to the civil service, where people are highly intelligent, highly educated, highly committed to the projects, to what they're supposed to do. They're not primarily driven by money. They're not driven by public recognition. But it's very difficult to find incentives, therefore, to encourage them to perform above and beyond their remit. And I think one of the opportunities that the civil service really could be exploring in a much more active way is to give particularly senior civil servants much more agency, to encourage them to think much more about accomplishment, and above all, to be able to see projects through from inception through to delivery, and to get the job satisfaction of actually being able to take responsibility for, and indeed be accountable for, the outcome of a project that they've been able to lead. And I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Can I just quick? We're doing a group, aren't we?
We are going to do a group.
Yeah, sorry, everyone.
Thank you. Andrew Hordenby, Effective Governance Forum. Thank you so much for these brilliant remarks. I think running through what you were saying was that, surprise, surprise, you'd like a better quality of politician. You know, you praised some politicians. I thought we saw a brilliant speech by Wes Streeting this morning. Politicians who are able to define issues, be honest about problems, set a strategy. Not every minister can do this, and we need more of them. So what would you do to improve the quality of ministers?
Thank you. And we'll go right over there.
Oliver Lewis, University of Oxford. I was intrigued by Wes Streeting's comment about giving choice to patients. If we can only give choice to patients, everything will be okay. Obviously, going back to Ken Clarke's Working for Patients, 1989 white paper, we've been saying this for 35, going on for 40 years. At what point does enabling patients to have choice about their provider and so on and so forth, when do we say we've achieved it, instead of using it as paying lip service to, well, if we can just achieve this, we'll get improvement in the outcomes in public services?
Just take them in reverse order. So I think on patients versus choice, I mean, I would say as a patient, I have significantly more choice than I would have had two or 3 decades ago. Can you always give people choice over everything? No, you can't. Look at the mess we're in on special educational needs and parents and families, where, you know, your classic, actually, so just get this off my chest whilst I'm on it. I think performative legislation is poor government. So sticking acts through Parliament, because things like the rights for families on send, I don't disagree with the rights for those families on send at some level. What I disagree, it's not for me, I'm not democratically elected, but what I disagree with is performative legislation that has no backup, no strategy, no money, and no ability to really get that done, and you turn it into a advocacy, legislative, lawyering up job, which is what we've got on send, which potentially we have on the Care Act, and we certainly have in one that's close to home for me, the homelessness legislation, very popular, Bob Blackman, God rest his soul, the wonderful Bob Kerslake. Let's extend the rights to lots of people that we'll now categorise as homeless. We didn't build any additional houses, and we didn't put any additional money into local authorities. It's poor government and poor way of getting things done. And I don't like that. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to get that off my chest. But backing up from that, I think what I would say is be careful about quality of ministers. They're democratically elected. I'm not democratically elected. And so you have to respect the people that are elected and try and help them do their jobs to the best of their ability, which, to be fair, your organisation does, and certainly the IFG do. And I think the other thing is, I'm not sure whether I should say this or not, but I think it's really interesting, and remember I've been around a long time despite the colour of my hair, and essentially I feel it's really interesting, or should I say it, shouldn't I say it? When the Tories arrived in 2010, and oh God, like, you think remember now, I am not, I never worked at the Treasury, I'm not a permanent secretary, I certainly never went anywhere near Oxford and Cambridge. I'm Mrs. Ordinary, right? I'm just ordinary. And I thought that some of the Blairite world were quite posh, actually, and I thought that they'd been to, like, good schools, and, lots of them were Oxford and Cambridge, and they were also a little bit establishment for somebody like me. And remember how young I was. 2010, this lot, they arrived, and it was like they would look round at the top. People used expressions about top of the office in those days, and senior and junior meant something different. Anyway, they arrive, they look round, and they look round and they think, you might have gotten to Oxbridge, but you weren't in the Bullingham Club. And so they have a very different presence. They looked around and thought, I can change anything. Look at Francis Maude. I mean, you may not like or dislike what he did, but he got stuff done and he didn't take no for an answer. And just occasionally, I think, I mean, it's very interesting listening to Wes, because a lot of the left are of and from the public sector, they have a different possible deference, certainly respect for the public sector, which is different to possibly Conservatives who also have a respect, but it's different. And so this is really nuanced. The Institute of Government is probably the only place that you could probably talk about this, because it's kind of niche, isn't it? And kind of absolutely Whitehall bubble territory and nothing to do with the world outside. But I just think, like, your job as civil servants is to support, predict. Like, where did the muscle go? Where did the muscle go about actually? Where's the learnt experience of thinking, okay, this is going to happen? Oh, did digital ID cards come as a shock to Whitehall? Did we all, they want to do digital ID cards? Oh my, yet another thing we've got to think about. That is not Cat Little, incidentally. I'm not doing her at all. Quite the opposite with Cat Little, who understands this needs to be done and is getting on with it very quietly. But there is this sense that the civil service is also there to help predict and manage the current and the future. And I think we've lost a bit of that muscle. And that, I think they've lost it because they were given, we're not interested in what you think the future looks like. It's what they would say. And I wasn't here then, and so I can't really comment on it. But, and then finally, I think, Miranda, the irony for me is there's no greater job than getting stuff done for the public. And I think that I completely find it interesting from the minutiae of how do we inspire and keep people in the same role. So HEOs used to be one of the most important roles in the whole of Whitehall, right? Now they have to be a grade 7 before they might be able to have a thought about something. Somebody told me the other day that the average decisions in somewhere in a big government department is to get 14 different people look at something. I don't think Sam Jones will mind me saying that I have done setups in the civil service now for 30, it's now 30 years, isn't it? We have found the setup of the Social Care Commission, let alone the nonsense and madness of the Home Office and grooming, which is I could do a whole 45 minutes just on that. But the irony was, we've got a head count that we've agreed in a business case that, of course, you just pluck out of the air when somebody says, do you want to do a social care commission? You go, I'll tell you what, I'll have this number of people. You could be right, you could be wrong, but that's how it appears to work. We've got a head count. We've agreed a head count. Sam Jones has to basically sign off, not 2 new posts, but 2 additional grade 7s. We just wanted to advertise on promotion, so that perhaps some people could leave, not just come on secondment, but become promoted, has to go all the way to the woman that is trying to transform the whole of the blinking NHS and the Department of Health. In everything else she's thinking about that day, she has to actually look at that, and she turned it around on the same day. We've been asking for that for about 4 months and got nowhere. And then it went to her DG afterwards, because God forbid that Sam Jones can make that decision on her own. It might have to go back down through the system. So that would cheer a lot of people up, Miranda, if that type of utter nonsense was swept out of the way. It's debilitating for people, and it means that they never feel the benefit of doing anything real. Now, that said, I've said too much that's too negative. There are, my job is gifted, and the country is well run, actually, most of the time, regardless of who's in power. We're all right, and the civil service do a good job, but boy, we could do better. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. And I was never asked to run a nudge unit. They got David Halpin to do that. If they asked me to do anything, it would be a shove unit. I don't pretend anything otherwise, and I'm too old.
We're going to have another 2 quick questions.
Then
Chris?
Chris Smythe from the Financial Times. I think one of the big surprises for many people about this government is that sense of learned helplessness and drift, and has survived when they have such a big majority. Do you think that is a systems problem, or is that primarily a political issue of not pushing the shopping trolley, not having the political convictions, courage or confidence to just drive it through?
Right now, I think that they are sick to the back teeth of the political side is sick to the back teeth of people either not telling them no or not doing it. So I think that they are hitting a point. I use the word intransigence. No one else is using that word. I'll own that word, that I perceive intransigence. So the lack of fixing, the lack of gripping, the lack of doing, they're frustrated by it, and they're kind and don't want to blow it all up. Which is what you're hearing about from the likes of some parts of the opposition, which is, this I'll take a chainsaw to public services, I think is a reform expression. We don't need a chainsaw, thank you very much. Don't like that type of language. Don't need that, don't need disrespect, thank you. What I do need is a civil service and public services more broadly that stand up and deliver, basically. Can I mention local government for a minute? Because they always get such a poor billing, actually. The one bit of the public sector that is publicly accountable in a way which nobody else is are the guys that run local government. If they don't balance their books, they don't wander back to the Treasury and go, oh, I couldn't balance my books. You can actually prosecute a member of staff in that organisation for making them bankrupt. And they have their own local ballot boxes that decide. So in this 15 years of austerity, they have kept going despite. Now, there are consequences to that. Look at adult social care. That's one of the consequences for it. Look at some other things as well. But I think there are bits of the public sector that have digitalised, have had to grab some of these things, because I think they have the levers in a way which we like. Now, I don't want to be. I don't think the government is helpless. Look at the things they're getting on with in the last. I could have sat here and given you, well, they're delivering on this, they're delivering on that, they're delivering on the other. That is not the point of this Q&A. The point of this Q&A was to talk about the things that I think could help people do a better job. And my main audience isn't politicians today. It's actually those of us in the public sector that need to, in some cases, do better.
I can't let you go, Louise, without one quick question on social care. Why, as you get your teeth into the review, what is your analysis of why successive administrations haven't gripped the problem of social care?
Well, again, I shouldn't be saying anything, but never accept a conversation like this unless you're prepared to be direct and honest. So I think it's actually possibly quite simple, is that I'm not sure who has taken policy responsibility for social care over the last couple of decades. It falls between at least two government departments, because you've got the Department of Local Government essentially being the people that run adult services with their directors of adult services, and then you've got the Department of Health, and now called Department of Health and Social Care. I'm sorry, Sam, but it's actually the National Hospital Service. And as long as it's the National Hospital Service and we only ever talk about patients and we don't talk about people, because before, during and after being in hospital, you will continue to have this siloed approach within government. I think Wes Streeting and actually some of his predecessors want to lean into the social care side, but I'd say it falls between. And I think, I'm a great believer in accountability, and I'm a great believer in responsibility. And, when Winterbourne happened, which was a horrendous social care, it would be called a scandal now, I'm just not sure that if actually it was the only thing that minister was responsible for, we wouldn't have seen change. But if you're able to say, I also do housing, I do this, I do hospitals, and I'm in excessive waiting list, and I'm doing reform. So I think there's an accountability issue in Whitehall on something that we call social care. And I also think that I mean, it's partly what we're doing in the commission, is, you know, my disappointment is everybody has said to me, including really good people, sorry, I'm covering up my mouth, really good people at senior level, people that are here, people that have come and gone, is we know this is a massive issue, we need to do something about it. But somehow, because it's not been either a political priority or a structural priority in government, not enough attention has been on it. And Dilnot did that important piece of work in 2012. 2012? And the debate since 2012 has been, do you or don't you do Dilnot? I mean, that's a legitimate question that I'm asking, and asking myself, and I will ask the country, but that's not enough. It's a massive example of the muscle not thinking, how do we sort this out? And it's not just a question of money. I'll take money, don't get me wrong, but it's not just a question of money.
Okay, well, I think we'll have to have you back when
No.
you...
Only every few years.
We are
They
gonna
don't like it, really, Hannah.
We're going to have a quick turnaround to the next event. So if you're in the room, please stay seated. If you're online, please bear with us while we adjust the stage. But first, can I ask you all to join me in thanking Louise for a really fascinating conversation.
At the IFG on is the centre of government built to deliver? Now, I'm joined by a fantastic panel to discuss this. I'd like to introduce them first, then just say a few words about the topic, and then sort of let fly. So, firstly, on my right is Aisha Hazarika, an experienced advisor to Labour politicians, both in government and out of government, I understand. But now many of you will know her as a member of the House of Lords and an experienced commentator in print, and also seemingly constantly on Times Radio, if the evidence from my kitchen is anything to go by. I'm going to ask Aisha to start off this event later. Kelly is the CEO of Ipsos, UK and Ireland, the leading pollster in this country, and has thought and written and commentated voluminously on questions of politics and business and public perceptions. She's going to bring us some excellent sort of recent polling data on this question. And finally, can I introduce Ed Balls? Ed is an academic at King's and Harvard, a presenter on Good Morning Britain, where he's just raced across, a co-host of what I think is the best podcast right now on UK politics. Also, I understand he may have been in politics himself a little bit. Secretary of State for Children, School and Families, City Minister. And I don't know whether you're the most experienced Treasury Special Advisor. 7 or 8 years, was it? I don't know whether that's the record, but I would certainly count him as the most influential of our time. Anyway, I'll be very interested to hear what he has to say about whether things have gotten better or
Welcome back, everybody. The eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that I'm not Sam Friedman. As any of you who even vaguely follow Sam on social media will know, he's broken his shoulder, so couldn't be here today. So I've taken over chairing, and we've rejigged the panel slightly. So we'll send our best wishes to Sam for a quick recovery. My name is Alex Thomas. I'm an executive director here at the IFG. And this panel, we're going to be talking about rewiring the state. Is the government making any progress? No doubt picking up on a lot of the themes that we've already talked about through the course of the day. We're going to kick off with a presentation from my colleague Hannah Keenan, who will talk about our brilliant Whitehall Monitor, which the 13th edition of which we launched this morning. So Hannah will talk us through some of the findings of Whitehall Monitor, and then we'll have a discussion with a distinguished panel who need no introduction, but who I will introduce after Hannah has done her thing. We've also got Andy Burnham eagerly awaiting online as well. So we'll introduce them and get into a conversation in a moment, but first over to you, Hannah.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Alex. So as Alex says, this is the 13th edition of Whitehall Monitor. This year's report looks at how the civil service changed in 2025, a year that was all about rewiring, and our recommendations for 2026. I will start with a very brief bit of context. Starmer has had to deal with 11 resignations. That is the second highest number of any recent Prime Minister at this point in their tenure. And also a reshuffle in September, where over half of all ministers either left government or moved roles. And it's not just ministers who have been moving. We have found that over half of departments have a new permanent secretary in place since the general election. So that is the changing leadership context in which we are assessing the government's efforts to reform the civil service. The civil service continued to grow in 2025. You'll see that that growth is slightly slower than in previous years, but we still saw an additional 5,000 or so people join in the last year. As you all know, recent governments have focused on bringing in civil servants who are doing things like processing asylum claims, who are working in job centres, who are working in prisons. That pressure hasn't let up at all, and it's those operational delivery roles that have driven growth in numbers since 2021, counting for far more than all the other professions combined. When you look on a proportional basis, however, it is the digital and data and the policy professions that continue to grow the fastest. Both of those professions have over doubled since 2016, and they continued to grow the fastest in 2025. The civil service also continues to become more senior, and you can see just how much the grade distribution has shifted here since 2010. Part of that is down to automation, meaning that there are fewer roles at the most junior grades. Part of that is also down to grade inflation. You might have heard Louise Casey talking a bit about this earlier today. But the idea that you offer jobs at higher grades or might promote people more quickly than otherwise in order to get around pay restraint. That pay restraint hasn't gone away, but pay is recovering from quite deep real terms cuts, particularly so at the junior grades. For the senior civil service, real terms pay is still 24% below what it was in 2010. So those recent rises, we think, will alleviate some of the pressure to move roles and to seek promotion. But until the way that pay is actually structured has changed, those incentives will still remain. On morale, the latest data that we have is for 2024, where we saw a very small uptick following 3 years of consecutive decline, so back on the normal trend. But that headline hides some quite interesting figures about departments. The three that stand out to me here, you have DHSC and DESNES saw quite big increases in morale in the year to 2024, while we had DFT see a reasonably large drop in morale during that time. We think that was down to unhappiness around leadership and managing change, but also quite a rigorously enforced work from office mandate. On turnover, which is how regularly civil servants either leave the government or move roles, we saw a really sharp drop this year, and that is driven by fewer civil servants moving between departments. Now, in theory, that's quite a good thing. Turnover is very costly for the civil service. We think, however, that has been driven mainly by restrictive recruitment practices and recruitment freezes, and we've also seen a big drop in the number of entrants to the civil service this year, which is down by 30%. What we're not yet seeing in this data is the impact of the voluntary exit schemes that are ongoing at the moment. We're expecting 5,000 people to leave the civil service by the end of March this year through those schemes. And that is quite big by historic standards for voluntary exit schemes. You can see here that these will be really quite disruptive for some departments. So here's an example of the Cabinet Office and the scale of leavers through those schemes that we're expecting compared to your normal number of leavers in a year. But it's worth putting this in the wider context of the government's squeeze on administration budgets, which is how they're going about trying to cut the civil service numbers. To hit their 2029-2030 target, we think they'll have to remove sort of 30 to 40,000 civil service roles by the end of the decade, so much more than the current exit schemes account for. And finally, the report goes into some more detail on the digital centre of government and the challenges facing it, in particular on digital transformation and getting cross-government leverage and buy-in for that. One of the things we look at is cross-government leadership, and we find that only 7 of the main departments have digital leaders on their executive committees at the moment, despite DCIT talking about the importance of that. Broadly, across the report, we find that long-standing trends in the civil service workforce continued. And lots of those trends will take time to shift, but what we haven't yet seen is really clear evidence that the underlying drivers of those trends have been tackled. We are seeing areas of the state work differently, so the test, learn and grow pilots or some of the innovation in AI is really positive, but it is too fragmented and it's too narrow to really change the way that the system is working. In the report, we set out 10 priority reforms, which you can see behind me. These range from opening up recruitment to reforming pay to using the exit schemes to raise performance. But we also set out 2 overarching tests for the year ahead. The first, is there a plan? We think the language around mission-led government and rewiring is too vague to have really driven workforce reforms, and the government needs to define what it really means by rewiring the state. The strategic workforce plan that the Cabinet Office promised to publish last year and is going to publish this year is a really important part of that in setting out the size and the shape of the civil service. Second, is there accountability for delivering it? We at the Institute have previously called for reforms to the centre of government and a dedicated head of the civil service separate to the Cabinet Secretary to really create that focus and accountability. But successive governments have failed to change the centre to set up that accountability or address, as Louise Casey said earlier, the accountability deficit that remains. And until that happens, we don't think we'll see these changes in the workforce. That's a real whistle-stop tour. You should have some lovely leaflets available which have a QR code on them to the main report. So I will stop there. Thank you and happy reading.
Brilliant, thank you, Hannah. That was great. And as Hannah says, this is the merest tip of the iceberg of the report that is published today. So do take a look at that online. Right, let's get into the discussion. I'm looking to my right because I hope Andy Burnham is going to materialise on the screen there. So there he is. Excellent, Andy. We have nightmares of the technology not working. Delighted to introduce Andy, who was Secretary of State for Culture, Secretary of State for Health, lots of other government jobs, but of course is at the moment the Mayor of Greater Manchester. To my far left, Rowena Mason, who is brilliant journalist, Whitehall editor at The Guardian. Always follow her stories. And to my left, Lord Gove, Michael Gove, who is former Secretary of State for Education, MOJ, DEFRA, Levelling Up, lots of other things, Chief Whip, but has reached his final form, his apotheosis as editor of the Spectator. And I should also plug questions. I think we haven't been very good so far at taking questions online, so I'm going to try and take a few questions online, so do get them coming in. I've got the Slido tablet in front of me here, so get questions online, and we'll take some questions once I've asked a few from the audience here. Rowena, I was actually going to start with you to sort of set a bit of context. We talk about government reform a lot, we talk about civil service reform a lot. It doesn't always happen in the way that we think, and part of that is because there's a lot going on. What's your read on the political context that this conversation is happening in?
Well, the government has talked quite a lot over the past 18 months or so about wanting to rewire the state, and there have been a few sort of big moment speeches where Keir Starmer set out that he did want to see some big changes in the way things are run, and I think the famous speech was where he was saying that too many in the civil service are happy in a tepid bath of the status quo, and that was obviously very controversial. But it did seem to signal that the government wanted to do something big, that they wanted to change the way that the civil service operates. But as the White Hall Monitor report is pointing out, there isn't a huge amount of detail about this, what this rewiring actually means. Does it mean changing the civil service recruitment practices and pay and makeup of the workforce in order to improve performance? Because there hasn't been an enormous amount of movement on that. I mean, we have seen that there's an ambition to reduce numbers, but we don't know quite how much. And there have been some voluntary exit schemes so far, but it's not really clear exactly how far the government wants to reduce the size of the civil service, or indeed sort of setting out exactly how it thinks that would solve some of the problems within Whitehall. And the other side of things is, are they talking about digital reforms and AI? And there obviously is an ambition to do that, but and through digital ID, it could be something that makes a huge amount of difference in future in terms of how the state offers its services. But it's just not been clear. It's not been a message that's kind of been consistently expressed by the Prime Minister and hammered home that that's exactly how he wants things to be. And instead, we've seen over the last year in particular something I think everybody, all the speakers here today, have agreed is not particularly helpful, which is this sort of moaning about pulling the levers and it not really working. And that's something that the Prime Minister has gestured at, some of his former advisors, and it's something that I've heard people within government, politicians in government complain about. And it seems to me quite an unhelpful thing, because it's expressing the government's own powerlessness, and it's a sort of complaining about something without setting out a really clear solution about how you deal with the problems as you see them. And then you could look at it as a counter example, something like what Wes Streeting has done. He, instead of sort of complaining about something, he came out, and whether you agree with it or not, he decided he was going to abolish NHS England. He just came out and did it. So the government's rhetoric and its plan for action don't currently sort of seem to match up at the moment. And there's also a sort of a question mark, I think, over whether there is a huge appetite for big, meaty public service reform. It's a difficult thing. You don't get many brownie points from the public for either rearranging government departments or changing the way the civil service works. And if you're going to do that, you also need somebody in government that's really interested in it and committed to it, because successive governments have tried to do this kind of thing and not got terribly far with it. There is no sort of Francis Maude figure within this government who seems to be really obsessed with it and wanting to drive through different changes. So that's sort of how I see things at the moment, and be very interested to see what Andy and Michael and Han think as well.
Thanks, Rena. Really interesting. And that trade-off between disruption and making the system work is obviously one we wrestle with all the time. I mean, Andy, to come to you, picking up on some of Rowena's points, Wes Streeting this morning sort of made the argument that particularly perhaps those on the left shouldn't argue that the state can't function or that there's something fundamentally wrong with the state. They should be sort of active agents in leading the state through that. I wanted to sort of get your reflections on that, but also thinking particularly, clearly you know and understand the civil service and the structure of government for your time as a minister, but particularly working with the government system that we have as Mayor of Manchester. What's your reflection on how things might need to change?
Well, from my point of view, the state does need to change, but perhaps it's more the elected state first, reform of Westminster, and perhaps I could come back to that, Alex. In terms of just where we're up to follow on from Rowena, it's a mixed picture, but I'm going to start with a real positive. I think MHCLG, Michael's old department, is increasingly impressive with the clarity of its drive towards devolution, and indeed the pace that they've put behind English devolution. We're moving quickly now to an all devolved England, and what Michael did has been carried on by Angela Rayner and now carried on by Steve Reed. And to prove I'm a fan of. I was always more a fan of late Gove rather than early Gove, if I'm absolutely honest. But I do have Michael, our trailblazer devolution deal behind me, not just here for this event, by the way. It's always there, and I kind of had a real, if you like, reinforcement of my belief in what central government can do when it puts its weight behind this. When Michael was in that position, we have a mayor's council that is becoming increasingly functional. So at the last two mayor's councils, Angela Rayner set in train what was then delivered in the budget, the overnight visitor levy, which is very important to all mayors of all parties. The last one, mayors asked for powers over taxi licensing, maybe a niche issue for people down there, but a big one in the real world when we have lots of out-of-area taxis undermining public safety. These issues have been heard and fixed. Ministers are very engaged, and actually that's true across the board. I did say mixed though, so do you mind if I just sort of point out from here what Whitehall looks like to me? I think we see some that are taking contradictory positions within one department with a contradictory position against another, or indeed, I would say, resisting actively the growth mission. And these are the kind of changes, like the specifics that Rowena was looking for. These are the type of specifics, I think, that need to be addressed. In terms of contradictory positions, we have Home Office abolishing police and crime commissioners and integrating them with mayoral combined authorities, like I've had for almost a decade. And I think that's the right reform, to increasingly integrate services in one place-based system, which is what we've got in Greater Manchester. But then I see the ICB reforms going in a more NHS-centric direction and away from combined authorities. On homelessness, a really good government homelessness strategy, I would say undermined by DWP and Treasury decisions to freeze local housing allowance. And I remember talking to Michael about those issues. That is contradictory if you are genuinely trying to reduce homelessness. If you then turn to growth, the growth mission specifically, the ongoing resistance of the Department for Education to devolve meaningfully post-16 education is a limitation on growth. And every mayor of every colour would say that to you today. We all feel it. So if the growth mission is real, cross-cutting, kind of piercing through all of Whitehall, why are we still arguing for things when we're out there getting the growth? I'm talking to you from the fastest growing city region in the country. Surely this is a moment to remove any barrier. And it would be similarly the case with the Department for Transport. It sometimes thinks infrastructure and infrastructure only rather than what infrastructure enables. And it comes up with cost-saving infrastructure that actually limits the growth potential because it builds it in the wrong way. And we've had those arguments around rail infrastructure in Greater Manchester, although a breakthrough on that very issue might be imminent. So that's the picture from here. And, how do we fix it? I think all governments have found that there's sometimes a sort of deep-seated departmental position that they think they've got to hold. And I personally, as having been a minister, I saw that. I saw it in opposition, and I still see it as mayor. It's not justified, I don't think, for departments still to be resisting devolution. Devolution is the direction. Devolution is bringing growth, not just here, but in other city regions as well. So why are they allowed just to make us fight endlessly? It's attritional. We spend so much of our time making the case for devolution to the parts of the system that don't want it. And the answer, I'll finish on this point. See, for me, the word rewiring, Rowena rightly asked for a definition. Rewiring relates to the flow of power, doesn't it? It relates to modernising systems so that the flow of power is better and in the right direction. And I would say, the unelected state Whitehall currently holds too much power. And indeed, in my experience of 16 years in Westminster, the whip system disempowers the elected state because often MPs are required to rubber stamp the long-held departmental positions, and it's a brave minister that kind of unilaterally will go and try and change it. It can do, but it doesn't often happen. I personally believe the answer to this, to a more functional Britain, is a major reform of the elected state, Westminster, to mirror what's being done now in the local state out in the world that I'm in, which is about place-based, mission-oriented delivery, very much focused around growth. And for me, that means reform of the voting system to make it build a more collaborative, long-term culture within Westminster. I think it does mean reform of the whip system. I think it means replacement of the Lords with a Senate of the nations and regions, so that we are all pulling in the same direction as a country, as a place-based, mission-oriented system. You know, we need to feel the national state at the back of the local state. In effect, what we find ourselves is fighting it all of the time in an attritional battle. So in the end, the rewiring is the empowerment of Westminster in a very different, in my view, political system. I was so struck standing under PR as Mayor of Greater Manchester than first past the post as an MP. What it meant for me in 2017, having stood for 4 elections under first past the post, is that finally I was on doorsteps trying to find points of agreement with Lib Dem voters and Tory voters, because I could have got their second preference. And finally, it just changes the conversation in a way that the public has always wanted it to change, to solutions and collaboration, and can't you all work together, and can't you take a longer term view about these things? And I personally think PR for the Commons should open up that culture change, combined with that reform of the Lords, combined with the raising of the esteem in which MPs are held by the removal of the whip system. Let them be advocates for their places. Parliament should base itself now more, the groups in Parliament should be more based on the boundaries of the combined authorities. How can we as a group of MPs in this area unlock everything that the combined authority in my area needs so that it can go out there and deliver maximum growth? I think we've got to get in the business of not just, the one thing I would say, the conversation down there seems to be just how do you form Whitehall on its own? I think you've got to have Whitehall in the middle of Westminster. The elected state is either side of it. Westminster at the top end and devolved authorities like mine at the other end. You know, Westminster has to sort of, if you like, have the ability to direct Whitehall more in a mission-oriented, place-based way, and then Whitehall required more to support authorities like mine to make the pace of change much quicker, and to end this stalemate when we're often fighting for years about what I would say quite simple devolutionary asks.
Really interesting. Thank you, Andy. I'm gonna resist the temptation to point out that supplementary vote is a preferential rather than a proportional system. But your point about looking for second preferences is still is well made. But what I found particularly interesting about that is the joining of the very specific with the kind of the deep question about power.
Yeah. If I could just add one point there, I think it's about the same thread running through everything, isn't it? And that isn't there at the moment. What we're doing out where I am doesn't feel like it's matched in Whitehall. Some parts of it are really backing us, as I said, MHCLG, but others not. And then again, in Westminster, the thread doesn't run all the way from the Lords through the Commons in the same way. It feels to me that we all need to start facing the same way, pulling the same way, and then the change will come that the public want much quicker. And we need to sort of talk seriously now about reform of Westminster to bring reform of Whitehall. And
thank you, Andy. And so, Michael, picking up on particularly that theme actually that came out of what Andy was saying about power. In a declaration of interest, I both sort of, as a civil servant, I saw you operate both from inside your department and from the centre. And it struck me that most politicians do or should have an understanding of political power. I always thought you had quite an interesting understanding of bureaucratic power, administrative power, and how to sort of master the system. So this is my opportunity to, you're Michael Gove coming in as a new Secretary of State. How did you think about reforming the civil service, reforming your department, getting the best outcomes through your department?
Well, thank you. I think the first thing is that it was never my aim in entering a department to reform the department per se, but to transform, hopefully in a beneficial way, the area for which the department was responsible, and then to ask the question about to what extent the department and its agencies and its levers were equipped to do so. So it wasn't the case that there was an abstract notion of what a perfect department should look like. It was important to define what the problems were that we faced. So what was the problem that the Department for Education faced? At that time, and of course this was not without criticism, our view was that the single most important thing to do was to fix the state school system and to both ensure that standards were raised and that there was a greater emphasis on equality of opportunity within schools. And so therefore a deliberate decision was made which led to changes within the department about the deprioritisation of other areas. If Ed Balls were still on the panel, he would argue that that had been a big mistake, that as a result, what was considered to be the Every Child Matters agenda and considerations of everything from safe places to play to wraparound care was sacrificed in order to get this, I'm sure he would say, ruthless focus on schools. But I would say that while his criticisms were perfectly legitimate, you can only drive change through prioritisation. And there will be potential costs. You'll want to seek to minimise those, but you have to be clear. And it's only by having prioritisation that you can then inspire, by which I don't mean the sheer rhetorical power of the case that you make, but the clarity of the sense of mission, and I'll return to that word overall. So again, in education, we made the point that what we wanted to do was to raise the bar and close the gap, and the two were linked. At justice, we wanted to have a one-nation justice system, and we defined that as equitable access to justice, but also a prison system bent on rehabilitation. And at DEFRA, our argument was that Brexit gave us an opportunity in that department, more than any, to use levers that hadn't been available beforehand, and that what we wanted to do was to deliver, and again, people would say, oh, well, just words, a green Brexit. But I would argue that we were able to re-energise the department, and you will have your own views out, by saying, OK, many of you may regard the vote as an error born of fictions, but the reality is that we now have levers within this department and the capacity to influence things. So let's demonstrate how they can be used through the way in which we allocate agricultural subsidies, or the way in which we legislate for a new regulatory framework that they can achieve beneficial environmental outcomes. Anyway, enough of that. Two other things I was going to say. I hope that's helpful. So, and I would say as a result of that, you can see that you deprioritise and sometimes therefore shift resources. One particular thing is that there was a particular directorate, DG area in education which covered 14 to 19. That was part of the Every Child Matters agenda that Ed had been in favour of. We transformed that so that it was principally about driving structural change within the system. And that was an indication of our change priorities. Two other things briefly. The first thing is character, and the second thing is accountability. I think if you're looking at the rewiring of the government, it is impossible to look at it without looking at the character of the Prime Minister, by which I don't mean a moral judgment, but which I do mean a sense of disappointment. One should have thought that the Prime Minister was, if he was anything, an able technocrat, because he had been inside the belly of the beast to be Director of Public Prosecutions, and by all accounts he'd run it well. Nevertheless, he seemed to show outside government a curious lack of curiosity about how it worked. So when he talked about mission-led government, it was as though it hadn't existed before, when in fact there were missions within government at that time, missions that were being pursued in a flawed and faulty fashion. But we had them, and they were designed to be delivered cross-departmentally. Then, having said that he was going to do government differently, and the key thing he said in opposition about how government would be done differently was mission-led. The second thing he also said, of course, was devolution and the take-back control agenda, to which Andy referred, which I'll return in a second. When he came in, they didn't have a Scooby about how they were actually going to implement mission-led government. Their fundamental initial mistake was to set up mission boards with the Secretary of State in charge of, responsible for the mission rather, in charge of the mission board. The whole point, and they could have just looked at all of our failures, the whole point about early failures in COVID is that the Secretary of State for Health was marking his own homework. If you're going to have a mission where all the government works together in order to achieve an energy transformation, it shouldn't be the designated Secretary of State who's chairing that. It should ideally be a Treasury or a Cabinet Office minister, super ideally the Prime Minister. Secondly, the desire of Number 10 to bring in outside expertise to those mission boards, to make them genuinely inclusive and effective fora for both information sharing and decision making, didn't happen. I remember someone from Number 10 themselves saying, oh, we can't get outsiders in because we're told that this is a cabinet committee or a cabinet subcommittee, so we can't have people who are not civil servants or ministers. And instead of thinking, what is the correct forum and how can we make it decision-making, they shrugged their shoulders and didn't achieve that change. And what has happened to those missions now? They're history. It is the case that Ed Miliband is, on his own terms, in his own way, very successfully pursuing, you might think it's wrong, but he's very successfully pursuing his own departmental agenda, which was graced with the description of a mission. But the rest of them are, you know, to call them evanescent or nugatory is to dignify their existence. They just don't exist. Wreckage. Then on the whole devolution agenda, it is good that it is going forward. It's partly going forward because of the strength of character of Angela Rayner. Again, people will tell you that Angela was not necessarily a details person as a Secretary of State, but she was decisive. She knew what she wanted, and she was capable of giving a clear steer on this agenda, as Andy has attested to. And one of the reasons why I think it's a good thing is it's about accountability. Andy has always welcomed a greater level of accountability. He can point to what he's done in transport, what he's done in housing, what he's done in economic growth overall, and be held directly accountable for that. And that takes us back to government itself. And the problem there is the lack of accountability. The final thing that I'll say is how can we judge the success, we can judge the success of ministers in different ways. How can we judge the success of agency heads or perm secs? Who's a good perm sec at the moment? I can think of a few. But how do you know that? What is the judgment that's made? Who gets to become a better perm sec? Who gets to become cabinet secretary? At the moment, Ollie Robbins is doing a great job in FCDO because he's managed to reduce the number of DGs, reduce the span of control, get it working in a more effective way. How often is that noted or reported or acknowledged outside? Who's doing a better job? I'm insufficiently clear. But that comes back to a failure overall to think holistically about how accountability might be deployed. And then one other thing I was going to say related to that. Which of us could say, I know the most dysfunctional part of government? Now, we might think that it was defence procurement. We might think it was the Immigration and Nationality Directorate of the Home Office. We all have our own views.
Cabinet Office.
Cabinet. Who has been held accountable for that failure? Now, I don't mean being sort of, you know, pelted with rotten fruit, but who's been held to account, and what lessons have been learned as a result about how better to make things work? What case studies have there been in failure and or success which have brought lessons about improvement? And that is one of the curious things. So I'll stop there.
Brilliant. And you've a lot of IFG themes there. Michael, you've teed us up with a lot of exam questions for the rest of today and probably for the rest of the year or even the decade. Thank you. Hannah, picking up, I mean, the question that hangs over all of this, and Michael touched on it, and Michael was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in the centre trying to make this stuff happen, was why it doesn't happen. We talk about the lack of a controlling mind, a sense of how to drive things from the centre. Completely taking Andy's point that this is a broader system. You can't think of this in the absence of politics and elections. But why doesn't it happen?
A nice easy question. Thanks, Alex. I think the first thing I would say is picking up on Marina your point, and Andy's as well, about I suppose, mission-led government just totally losing this clarity of ambition that it had at the start. So you can think about missions in terms of your what, your 5 missions set out in your plan for change, but you can also think about missions in terms of your how, like how is the state actually going to change as a result of mission-led government? And I think there was quite a lot of clarity in kind of 2023, 2024 about what that would be, and that was a state that was much better at working across departmental boundaries and with local government. It was a state that was harnessing new technologies, and it was a state that looked much, further on much longer term horizons. Now, it feels like the government has missed the opportunity to set out how you actually get there. As Michael says, those aren't new aims. They're very laudable, but they're very broad, they're very ill-defined goals, and you have to set out the detail behind them. But we've also seen the government sort of sweep under the big umbrella of missions basically anything that they want to do to reform the state and the civil service, and it all gets badged under this. And until you have a concept that is specific enough to prioritise some actions and preclude some others, you're not going to see that change. So there's that kind of bucket of what are you actually looking for, and I think that has actually got worse over the course of the last 18 months. And then there's the question of who is responsible for doing it. It's a bit of a complex mix of people. We've got obviously very disparate power bases across government. The cabinet secretary might say, well, I want X to happen, and you might have departmental permanent secretaries and secretaries of state saying, well, actually, in my department, we're going to run things slightly differently. And what you don't have is that ownership and control. And what you really need is that kind of guiding mind. On your point about character, I suppose, you need someone who's going to sustain their focus on this. We've seen bits of the state where actually things have changed because you've had a dedicated minister who has really driven those changes through and who has sustained that effort and has a civil service team around them moving with them on it. And Georgia Gould and Test and Grow pilots are an example we go into in the report on that. But you've got to do that for the system as a whole. And as Marina says, that's not a very rewarding job.
Thank you. There's a sub-question for you, Hannah, from online, which is, and then I might broaden it to the rest of the panel because it's an interesting example. Has the huge morale jump in Desnes been driven by Ed Miliband's alignment of his political goals with the purpose of the department, or his focus on getting things done? And then a sort of broader question for the rest, is the sentiment matched by public views on Desnes' effectiveness? Should we expect the public to have a view on Desnes' effectiveness? But what do you think about the morale?
I mean, on the morale point, we've got some new analysis in the report, and we look at what actually drives overall morale in the civil service. And interestingly, it's not actually that closely associated with things like pay and benefits or learning and development. It is associated with leadership, with change management, and with the daily work that people are doing. So if you can bring clarity to your department, and that is as much a ministerial as a civil service leadership question, and that goes down through every layer of the civil service, you'll have loads of HEOs and SEOs in that department who will feel that perhaps they have clarity from their grade 7 leader or their deputy director. That is the stuff that brings up morale. So, and that is within the hands of departments. They can make those changes.
Thank you. And Andy, I'm interested in your reactions to that from your perspective. There's also a question for you online. What is Andy's experience of the difference in support from employees in local government versus the civil service? So you can play that in as well.
Yes, I was going to come to that issue, because the danger in this conversation, I would say again, is being too focused on Whitehall. Local government needs to be thought of a lot more here. And I think national government's failure to support local government properly over decades under all governments is another part of our dysfunctionality as a country right now. If people walk out of their front door and see a pothole and a park that's overgrown, and they say to their councillor, can you sort these things out? And they say, we can't, there's no money. Is it any wonder people are losing faith in anything to be fixed if you can't fix something as basic as a pothole? And, if I look at my colleagues, working in our 10 districts, it's hard, it's not just low pay for people in local government. It's kind of low numbers, actually. They've been hollowed out. And I kind of look at the world through different eyes these days. National government doesn't think anything like enough about local government. In the end, that is the state and in its local form. And, they're not even set up to deliver statutory functions. And it is shameful, to be honest with you. And the country needs to come up with a long-term sustainable solution for local government. The fact that, I talked about reform of Westminster, just to come back to that point, who in that room could justify a situation of council tax being left not revalued for 3 decades? I mean, that is a shameful dereliction of duty. Or, a subject close to my heart, social care being left unreformed. I mean, this is, if we're talking about, making things more functional, getting missions and making them work, you've got to go to difficult missions as well, haven't you? The mission to fix social care, the mission to end the housing crisis, the mission to end the cost of living crisis. I think maybe as the government evolves, it might reframe the missions in a sort of more simple kind of formulation of that kind. Because then I think people would really know what, and that comes to the big question you were asking me, Alex. I think people buy in when the mission is really clear and it's right in front of them and they understand it. That's an important part of it. And I've tried to do this in Greater Manchester about the work we've done on homelessness or to reform and integrate public transport. I think there's that. Clarity is important, but also, do people broadly buy in? Is this the right thing to be doing? Can I feel also that if I'm doing something, I can also then see the change? I think that's when you really start to sort of, you get hearts and minds with the journey that you're on, and it's not an easy thing to do. But when you do get all of that lined up together, then I think you can make you can make quicker change. And the thing again, I would say from here is we've got to maybe as well think not so much just about government, because I have worked hard here to build on the Greater Manchester tradition of partnerships with private sector, community and voluntary sector, faith sector, the universities. To me, we've got to think more whole society rather than just government fixing everything. And I would say to everybody that Greater Manchester's success on growth, on some of the other things where we've succeeded, are very much linked to a culture of partnership, and a real culture of partnership, where we have a goal or a mission, all of the sectors line up together, face in the same way, then pull in the same way. That is actually what makes the difference. A current example is technical education, where I took the reform of Michael's government T-levels, and particularly the 45-day work placement linked to T-levels, that for me finally was quality work experience. It was long enough for a young person from Moss Side to lose the imposter syndrome in a city centre building. So I put the word out through our business growth hub. Right, we want everyone delivering T-level placements. So if you look at the numbers, we have done far more on T-levels than anywhere else in the country, because you go at things. Mission should be everybody's mission in the place. And that's what, to me, place-based, mission-oriented means. And I think too often, people are just in government thinking the wiring of government, but you kind of got to convince the people outside of your doors to kind of absolutely kind of face there with you and get it moving. So it's hard, isn't it? And Michael and I, I'm sure, will both say over our careers, we've learned more and more about change and how do you make change happen and how do you bring people with the change. You have to set. I used to hear a phrase in Whitehall, under promise and over deliver. I have never believed in that slightly self-serving Whitehall philosophy of under promise. Don't stick your neck out there, make a sort of easy little, so you're not going to be tripped up. Well, the question I'd ask is, whoever gets excited or inspired by an under promise, we'll cut homelessness in half by 2030, doesn't get the kind of blood going, does it? And all right, we've got. So you set a high ambition is what you do. And you then show you're prepared to walk in everyone's shoes and understand everyone's role in getting to that mission. That's what you've got to do. And Ed Miliband is brilliant at that.
Which goes to the sort of original concept of missions, Andy. Thank you. Let's take some questions in the room now. And if anybody's next door and is desperate to ask a question, do come through. There's a woman at the back there in red. Kick off there. I'll take 3 at a time.
Hi there, thanks very much. I'm Amy Gibbons from The Telegraph. Just on the subject of growth and supporting business, I was hoping to ask Andy and Michael a quick policy question, if that's okay. Do you think the government is right to offer more support to pubs that have been hammered by these business rates reforms? And what do you think that support should look like? So specifically, do we need to see more like permanent business rates relief baked into the system, as opposed to like a one-off rescue package? And should it also extend to the wider hospitality sector, so supporting like hotels, B&Bs, that sort of thing? Thank you.
And would better government mean fewer U-turns? We'll take a question over there on the far corner, man in blue.
Thank you. Oliver Lewis, University of Oxford. I'm just intrigued by Andy Burnham's comment about the evolution of education. The British state has obviously spent the last 20 years stripping local authorities and local government of responsibility for education. You know, 4 out of 5 secondary schools are now controlled by Whitehall, WC1. So I think before we embark on these sort of sleight of hand ideas, this isn't a criticism of Mr. Burnham at all, it's a widespread issue. Surely we need to have a much more robust system in the universities to scrutinise policy success and policy failure. So sort of to Michael's point about case studies and learning from all these car crashes over the years.
Trying to build evaluation into
exactly.
Policies.
Yep.
Thank you, Oliver. And one more, there's a gentleman at the back in the jacket.
Hello, thank you very much. Tim Barnes, I'm a councillor in Westminster, where everybody's sitting, so, you know, welcome. I'm really intrigued by all of this, where you're talking about the big levers that are needed, to use the phrase today, where we want change. But actually, the things that people will tell you on the door is that they're not really radically asking for change. They'd just like to be able to book a driving test. They're just like, you know, to Andy's point a little bit earlier about what gets the blood going. That isn't what gets the voters going right now. They just want police to arrest people who've been shoplifting, that they've seen it. So thinking about the question of how do we rewire to bring change is exciting to political leaders, but how do we actually make things work? And how do we do, as Michael said earlier, take the lessons of fixing passports and apply that to the day-to-day delivery as different to how do we bring radical change and new ideas?
Thank you, Tim. 3 very good questions there. Should we knock off Amy's one on business rates first? Andy, your reaction on business rates?
Well, I would support what you're saying, Amy, I think, which is obviously relief for the high street and particularly pubs, and actually a rebalancing of taxation so that you know, we help the high street and, if you like, rebalance in terms of taxation in the online world. It does touch on what I was saying. I think what is needed is quite you know, a root and branch review of land and property taxation overall, and business taxation linked to that, because, as I mentioned, council tax not revalued, business rates I think is in need of rebalancing. As I've just said, there is the whole question of a land value tax approach or land value capture from regeneration. I do think the country has come to a point where we need to review land and property taxation in a much more wholesale way. Alex, would you like me to pick the other questions up, or could quickly? I mean, on the schools point, if I may, quickly. When I was Shadow Education Secretary, shadowing Michael in 2010, somebody he used to quote often, and I met and started to quote, but perhaps with a different perspective. I asked him what makes the best schools, and he did say autonomous schools, but he added something that Michael often missed, which was autonomous schools in a strong system behind them. And I think with the reforms of that era, we lost the strong system behind schools, and schools have been working too much, in my view, in isolation in recent times. If you take a reform like special educational needs and disabilities, which is a very topical question right now, there is no chance of coming through with a reform that really works and supports the young people with additional needs and their families if you do it as purely an educator. You have to do it as a whole system behind the child, family and the school. And indeed, more broadly, actually, schools are dealing with issues now that I find this routinely way beyond some of what they can deal with in terms of particularly mental health and other issues. So it's schools within a system. And actually, let's remember, schools grew out of a local tradition in this country, a church tradition. You know, there was a local accountability always there. And I think we've lost that in recent times. And I think it's schools within a system is what I would say. On the last point, you say that people don't get passionate about some of the things I was mentioning, but do you know the thing I would say to you is, if you came here to Greater Manchester, Tim, what you will find is people who work in my building are massively passionate about this place, and they're passionate about the fact that it perhaps hasn't always had the help that it needs, but it's got so much to give, and therefore we all want it to be so much more. And working in the GMCA, for me, has felt very different than working in the Home Office where I worked, or the Department of Health, or DCMS. There's just a buy-in from everybody, because it's a place first sort of feeling. It's pride in this place. And actually, I think the voters do feel that as well. So whatever the issue is that you're fixing, there is a sort of civic pride that you tap into. The B network, the B symbol of the city on our buses. People want to see this place, moving forward, having the things that London has had. And I think untapping that is a rare commodity if you can, but it's really powerful once you've got it.
Thanks, Andy. I'm going to link, because I want to get another round of questions in, but I'm going to link a couple of those together for Rowena and Michael. The sort of pubs business rates U-turn also links in my mind a bit to the policy evaluation question and doing things better. Rowena, what's your perspective on that? Those two questions.
I think, obviously in government, the ideal thing is getting things right in the first place and minimising the amount of U-turns that we've seen, and that comes down to the idea that there should have been better preparation before July 2024, and more horizon scanning, more identifying problems before they occur. But it doesn't really seem to be good enough to say that they didn't see this problem coming down the tracks with pubs and the hospitality sector, and that it's very easy to say it with the benefit of hindsight that these things like the winter fuel duty and that the hospitality sector problems should have been foreseen, but they're issues that matter to people. They're kind of bread and butter issues, and it's the kind of thing that good political advisors should have seen coming, and it's something that the government has to get a grip of. I think it kind of adds to a sense of not having a good grip on policy issues if the government can't head these off before they occur.
Michael, what does delivery mean to you?
Gosh, well, the first thing is I completely agree with everything Rowena said there, and also with all of Andy's points on local government taxation and tax of land and property. But I think with delivery, I think what one should start with is it's easy to talk about grip, fix, and so on, but one needs to understand why things have gone wrong. And at some point, someone will have thought that something which has now become a problem was sensible. So the first thing is just to, I'm afraid it's very boring, but just to ask stupid questions. What does it do? Who does this? How many people have we got? I remember during the period when we were trying to make the Homes for Ukraine scheme work, having the opportunity, never to be repeated, to go into the Home Office and to ask people about how the Immigration and Nationality Directorate worked. And of course there'll be endless discussions about the wisdom or otherwise of the Rwanda policy and so on. But when you just asked, so who's in charge of this? Why does this system in Bootle operate in a different way from the system that operates in Croydon? And why, when you tell me that there are people who are going to be working at the weekend, can't you tell me at 4 p.m. on Friday how many people will be there at 10 a.m. on Saturday, and so on? Just asking a series of all of those questions. And in so doing, you have to do something which is very un-British or very un-English, which is that you have to risk embarrassment on both sides. You have to expose as a minister how ignorant you are about the operation of government, and you also have to risk embarrassing people who may be very, very clever, who could out-argue you on whether or not Rwanda is a safe country, but who can't tell you why it is that a group of hard-working people in Bootle can't exchange information with people in Croydon without the system falling over?
The idea of arguing Michael Gove as a civil servant is giving me heebie-jeebies. But one more round of questions. Ian, did you... You'll get the mic at the front, and then there are two over there.
Ian Cheshire, chairman here at the Institute, but also chair of a number of public companies. And coming from a business point of view, I completely take the point. There's no point rewiring government unless it's in service of a strategy. And the strategy starts, as everyone said, with the diagnosis, because that's how you build it. I find it really interesting in government that there seems to be a tendency to try and solve everything. In business, you would try and do an 80-20, you try and solve the major questions, and you wouldn't be embarrassed about saying, you know what, I'm sure that's interesting. I'm sure I score an extra 20 essay points for answering that, but I'm not going to do it. And it's a frustration. I think it's maybe easier for Andy in the local area because the locals vote very clearly. The problem at the centre is that everything sounds important, everything sounds urgent, and the ability of government to make some choices starts with having a strategy. And I still don't understand why governments have such difficulty, which is what we've called for with the Institute before, of starting with a strategy.
Thank you. And then Chris and Greg over by the door. Chris first.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Andy, he set out a very sort of eloquent manifesto for reform of the state in quite fundamental ways. So, I mean, do you think that the travails of the current government are inherent in the way the state is set up, or have they just, picked the wrong priorities and struggled to stick to them?
And then Greg.
Thank you. Greg Rosen, Senior Counsel at State Newgate and Advisory Council of Fishing Government Forum. Michael, you made the point about the importance of learning lessons from history. You talked about defence procurement, you talked about Immigration Nationality Directorate being less than perfect in their operation. And most of us here will recall that this is not a new point. This is a point, it was John Reid making the point 27 years ago. Home Office needs to be fit for purpose, etc. What is stopping governments learning from history? What is stopping the top of Whitehall gripping, for example, those two things? Is it senior ministers, the Prime Minister saying, no, we don't want those things sorted out? Or is it something else? And you mentioned the lesson you learnt the hard way in COVID, where Health Secretary marking own homework, mission boards, etc. And this government made the same mistake again. Was that because they had the advice from officials saying, don't do this way,
okay, great.
do it in a more sensible way, and they ignored it?
Draw that to a close, thank you. Because we've got 2 minutes left. Michael, learning from history and why do governments find it so hard to set strategy?
In a word, politics. There are many things that politicians can learn from business people, but politics is a different domain. And while I'd love it, if politicians, if the Prime Minister at the dispatch box were to be asked, what do you think of Elon Musk's use of Grok, and so on, to say, look, I'm trying to solve the health service, I'm trying to solve the education, I've got the economy. I don't care what happens on social media. And frankly, if you do, you're a child. If you were only to say something like that, then great. But, pearls would be clutched and petticoats would be gripped and all the rest of it. It's just impossible. And if I'd been, Secretary of State for DEFRA and someone had said to me, in your recent speech, you talked about farmers, but you didn't talk about growers. If I'd said, well, they can look after themselves. They seem to be doing very well. Thank you. You create a storm. Time is taken up. Stakeholders within the department have to be smoothed and so on. So that's one of the difficulties. And then the second thing is on the question of not learning. It's because, again, of politics. It would be near impossible for Wes Streeting to say, do you know what? I've had a look at what Jeremy Hunt did as Health Secretary, and after reflection, I think Jeremy was absolutely right in his attitude towards junior doctors. What we need is more Hunt. It would be slightly easier for him to do that if Jeremy were not an MP at the moment. Again, there's no rational reason there. It is just politics in that sense. But I do think that if you sharpen the accountability, and this comes back to the point that Andy makes, and it's accountability at a local level, It is easier for Andy, not necessarily because of the voting system, though he's got the direct experience of dealing with it, but it is easier for Andy to praise, for example, the Conservative figures in local government in Greater Manchester, because Andy knows that ultimately the decision on whether or not he is re-elected depends on his ability to point to how things have improved on the ground in Greater Manchester over 4 years. And he knows that in order to make the B network work, that he will have to work with whoever happens to be leading Trafford, Rochdale, Oldham, and etc., other local authorities.
Thank you, Michael. Hannah, very, very quickly, and then I'll come to Andy to answer the question that Chris directed to him. Why don't we learn more from history?
It's a good question.
What is it about the system that prevents that happening?
Yeah, obviously lots of this is about the system, and I think one of the interesting things that came out in some of the questions here was about, why is it so hard to just make stuff work? Why can't we get things to work? And I think it is slightly dangerous almost to separate that from actually you do have to put some focus into civil service reform and into the way that you are, for example, onboarding people, which actually isn't a very exciting thing, but is how you make sure that civil servants are learning from history and what's gone before. I think Whitehall can often get a bit of this slight saviour complex. You say, oh, well, we're going to parachute someone in who's very senior and quite shiny and they're good at writing submissions, and we're going to have them fix this problem where people can't book their driving tests, and you pull it out of the system. You run it separate to the system. It works. There's a space for those delivery units delivering stuff quite effectively. But what happens to the rest of the system there? You are perpetuating that problem, and it is those people who rise to the top, and then we're surprised that the system isn't changing. So I think part of the question is actually looking at, yes, there might be space to fix some of these problems quite quickly, but what are you doing about the rest of the system? And that is how you improve it over time.
Thank you. And Andy, we're over time. So briefly, that question from Chris is inherent in the system.
Yes, great. Fascinating discussion. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for letting me be part of it. I mean, Ian, I agree with you about not trying to do everything. So we have a Greater Manchester strategy, 2025 to 2035, second decade of devolution. We've really boiled it down into the core things, the basics that we need to fix for people so they can have a full life. Housing first, we start there. Everyone should have a good home, safe home. And then from there, a safe community, working with our Chief Constable, who takes a very robust approach to safety in our communities. Mobility, physical and social, for everybody, particularly for our young people. And then we're developing a live well approach, which is about prevention. And this is what Michael did. I pointed to that devolution deal. Well, that's what this enabled. And it's a different way of thinking about people and their lives. And it's not trapped in silos. And business is building it with us. And this is the new model that's emerging across England. And we've been the pioneers of it, but others are doing it now. And I don't think Whitehall has yet kind of woken up to the fact that it has to play a different role in an all devolved England. It's got to be an enabling force, not a dictating force. They still want to dictate. They still want to tell us everything that we should, and they think they know better about what's going on here than we do, but they don't. So that's a kind of where we find ourselves. To finish, then I just would pick up on what Michael was saying about, I find it easier to praise people than people do in Westminster. I think he's really going to the heart of it, to be honest. And this is what I mean by rewiring. When I left, I walked into a place-based system, a place first rather than party first. If GM has always operated on that principle, and it's a much more functional starting point than to do what Westminster does, which is to go party first and then almost ignore place. When I was in Westminster, people didn't organise on regional boundaries to get the best for their region. They spent all their time point scoring with each other and often didn't focus on what the structural needs of the region were, because Parliament is set up on party first. That's the point scoring imperative. And I think that's what it's got to get away from, because if it's place first, if that's your first port of call, if it is a more collaborative system, and I do come back, I do think voting reform is critical. It builds a longer term, more collaborative culture that then allows a place first thought to come through. The final thought for me is, would we have as unequal a country if Parliament had been constructed differently and Parliament had tasked Whitehall differently down the years. We've allowed massive inequality in this country in terms of investment in infrastructure, the failure to protect industry in these parts in the 70s and 80s. And we've allowed, Parliament, the current system has overseen a grotesquely unequal England, if you look from the richest to the poorest parts of it. And that's what the system has created. It has created inequality. It's not an accident, the North-South divide. That is the system that we have got, an over-centralised political system that doesn't look after all parts of the country equally. So what I'm saying, and I wrote a book about this with my friend, the Mayor of Liverpool City Region, you have to rewire Parliament and the political system on a place-first basis to then make that be the sort of the theme that everybody is working to, from Whitehall, from Westminster to Whitehall through to the devolved authorities and local government. And then you have a chance, I think, of delivering and bringing people together and getting solutions. I think the world we're currently in, it is still too fragmented, it's too messy. However, the government has made a lot of progress, and I applaud them for it.
Thank you, Andy. And we could carry on talking for some time on this, so I apologise for coming in 5 minutes late. Sam Friedman would have brought you in on time for lunch, so never mind. But I'd just like to thank the whole panel for a really interesting discussion. And lunch is downstairs. Be back here 1:30 for the next session.